Hello there, and welcome to tonight's story. Imagine stepping back in time to a London street in the year 1347. Forget cobblestone charm. Picture instead a mire of mud, dung, and discarded refuse. The air hangs heavy, thick with an odour that would curdle milk and bring tears to the eyes of even the most hardened traveller from a later, cleaner age. This wasn't just a bit of a pong. This was the great medieval stink, a pervasive, inescapable reality that shaped every aspect of medieval life, from social interactions to personal hygiene, even to the way people perceived disease and death itself. If you enjoyed tonight's story, I'd really appreciate it if you could give it a like, subscribe, or maybe comment on where you are listening from. Now sit back, relax, close your eyes, and we will begin our journey. Let's start with the obvious: sanitation, or rather, the shocking lack thereof. Forget flushing toilets. Forget even the rudimentary sewers of later centuries. Human waste, animal dung, and rotting food were simply discarded wherever convenient, often directly into the streets. Open cesspits, festering with their contents, yawned like monstrous mouths at the edges of alleyways and beside homes. The stench from these pits alone would be enough to overwhelm the modern nose. Imagine the overpowering aroma of decay, a symphony of putrefaction played out on the urban stage. Add to this the omnipresent animal life. Imagine not just the occasional stray dog, but packs of them, scavenging amidst the refuse, leaving behind a pungent trail of their own. Pigs, routinely allowed to roam freely, rooting through the filth and contributing their own unique aroma to the mix. Chickens pecked at the discarded scraps, adding a layer of feathery foulness to the already potent brew. The air vibrated with the sounds of squawking birds, barking dogs, grunting pigs, all set against a backdrop of human activity. The shouting of merchants, the cries of children, the clang of blacksmiths' hammers, all interwoven with the ever-present, overwhelming stink. Then there's the matter of trades and industries. Tanning hides was a crucial part of the medieval economy, providing leather for clothing, shoes, and other necessities. But the process was incredibly foul-smelling, involving soaking hides in urine and other noxious substances, creating a stench that permeated the very fabric of the city. The tanneries themselves were potent sources of odour, their noxious fumes drifting on the breezes, adding another layer to the city's already pungent atmosphere. Similarly, the process of butchering and preparing meat, particularly in the absence of effective refrigeration, would have filled the air with the cloying, sweet-sour smell of blood and rotting flesh. Consider the constant presence of fish markets, their fishy aroma a pungent counterpoint to the stench of other industries and waste. The smells didn't just cling to the streets, they permeated homes as well. Many homes, especially those of the poor, lacked proper ventilation. Smoke from the cooking fires, mingling with the smells of unwashed bodies and rotting food, would accumulate inside, creating an atmosphere that would be almost unbearable to a modern person. In wealthier homes, spices and perfumes were sometimes used to mask odours, a practice that only further highlighted the ever-present stink of the surrounding environment. These perfumes, however, couldn't fully conquer the pervasive stench, and simply created a complex, layered olfactory tapestry, a bizarre blend of sweetness and decay. It's important to remember that the medieval perception of smell was very different from our own. Today, we associate strong smells with dirt and disease, a connection firmly established by centuries of public health advancements. But in the medieval world, the relationship between smell and health was far more nuanced. The concept of germs and bacteria was unknown. Hence, the causes of disease were often attributed to imbalances in the body's humours, rather than to microscopic organisms. While some may have understood that certain smells correlated with illness, the lack of modern medical understanding led to a greater tolerance, or perhaps even a desensitization, to the constant stench. Think of the experience of walking down a medieval street. The mud would squelch underfoot, the smells would assault the nostrils, the sights would be a mix of vibrant colour and appalling squalor. One wouldn't be able to escape the olfactory onslaught. The smells were omnipresent, a constant reminder of the realities of life in the Middle Ages. The smells were not just a backdrop, they were an integral part of the sensory experience, shaping people's perceptions of their environment and their place within it. Moreover, the degree of stench often reflected social status. The homes of the wealthy, while certainly not sterile by modern standards, often smelled less offensive than those of the poor. This wasn't necessarily due to superior hygiene practices, but to a greater access to resources that allowed them to mask smells or mitigate their impact. Spices, perfumes, and a more spacious living environment would contribute to a less overwhelming experience. However, even in the castles of nobles, the stench of unwashed servants, animal pens, and the ever-present presence of human waste would still be evident. The smells, then, were a powerful indicator of social standing, a rather unpleasant indicator to be sure, but one that speaks volumes about the inequalities inherent in medieval society. The wealthy could, to a certain extent, shield themselves from the worst of the smells, while the poor were constantly immersed in an environment dominated by the stench of poverty and decay. The great medieval stink, therefore, wasn't just a physical phenomenon. It was a social commentary, a tangible manifestation of the vast disparities in wealth, power, and access to resources in medieval England. The lack of sanitation wasn't merely a matter of inconvenience, it had profound consequences for public health. Diseases spread rapidly through the crowded, unsanitary conditions of medieval towns and cities. The pervasive smell of decay was often a harbinger of sickness and death, a constant reminder of the fragility of life in the Middle Ages. The plague, for instance, was often described in contemporary accounts with vivid olfactory imagery, underscoring the powerful connection between smell, disease, and death. But let's not get too morbid. While the great medieval stink was undeniably unpleasant, it's also a fascinating window into the past. It helps us understand the daily lives of medieval people, their attitudes towards cleanliness, and the challenges they faced in dealing with the realities of life without modern sanitation. Exploring this history through the lens of smell adds another dimension to our understanding of the medieval world, providing a fresh perspective on a period often depicted through the rather sanitized lens of romantic historical fiction. The book will delve into the details of how the lack of sanitation not only impacted hygiene but also social interactions, the economy, and the perception of disease and mortality, painting a rich, vibrant, and yes, quite pungent portrait of life in medieval England. The pervasive stench of medieval England wasn't a monolithic entity. It varied significantly depending on one's place in society. While the overall olfactory landscape was undeniably pungent, the specific smells encountered and the degree of their intensity were closely tied to social class. A stroll through a wealthy nobleman's castle offered a vastly different sensory experience compared to a walk through a peasant village, a difference starkly illustrated by the smells encountered. Imagine stepping into the great hall of a nobleman's castle. The first impression would not be purely olfactory. the visual spectacle would be equally striking, with tapestries adorning the walls, polished wooden furniture gleaming, and perhaps even the gleam of fine silverware on a long table. However, the air wouldn't be entirely devoid of unpleasantness. The vast open hearth, essential for heating the immense structure, would fill the air with the comforting yet heavy aroma of wood smoke, a smell deeply ingrained in the life of the medieval period. This would mingle with the scent of roasting meat, a welcome aroma to those fortunate enough to dine on such fare. Intricate spices, expensive imports carefully chosen to both enhance flavor and mask odors, would provide a layer of sweetness, a subtle counterpoint to the ever-present smell of humanity. Even in a lord's castle, however, the reality of limited sanitation remained. The smell of unwashed servants, particularly if they worked in the kitchens or stables, would be readily apparent. The smell of human waste from nearby latrines wouldn't entirely be absent. Animal pens, often located relatively close to living quarters, contributed their share of animal odors, creating a complex and sometimes clashing olfactory experience. The overall impression, even in the most luxurious environments, would be far from sterile by modern standards, a blend of rich and pleasant aromas masking more basic odors. The spices and perfumes were, in essence, a conscious effort to create a more pleasant experience, an olfactory attempt to elevate the status of its inhabitants. In stark contrast, the olfactory experience of a peasant village was a far less nuanced affair. The dominant smells here would be those of animal dung and unwashed bodies. Livestock were often kept close to homes, their dung piling up in the unpaved streets and alleyways. The stench of human waste, openly disposed of with little regard for hygiene, would be an inescapable part of daily life. The air would be thick with the aroma of rotting food and decaying matter, a constant reminder of the struggle for survival. The homes themselves, usually small and poorly ventilated, would retain the odors of cooking fires, unwashed clothing, and, often, sickness. The smells here weren't merely unpleasant. They could indicate the presence of disease, a constant threat in the densely populated areas. Unlike the nobility, who could afford spices and perfumes to mask unwanted smells, peasants had little recourse against the ever-present stench of their surroundings. This wasn't a matter of personal hygiene alone. Their environment was inherently foul-smelling, due to a combination of limited resources, the lack of sanitation infrastructure, and the proximity of livestock and human waste. The smells, in this case, weren't just a backdrop. They were integral to the village's existence, an unavoidable component of their lives. The absence of masking agents underscored the raw realities of peasant life: poverty, hardship, and a constant struggle against disease. The use of perfumes and spices in the wealthy's homes was not merely a matter of aesthetic preference. It served a significant social purpose. It was a clear, if pungent, declaration of status. These were expensive imports, showcasing wealth and the ability to mask the unpleasant realities of life. The more lavish the use of fragrances, the stronger the statement of social standing. While the wealthy sought to banish or at least mask certain smells, the very act of attempting to do so highlights the ever-present awareness of unpleasant smells in medieval society. It was a constant battle against the natural odors of everyday life, a battle that the wealthy could fight with more resources than the poor, making the olfactory experience a visceral reflection of the profound societal inequalities of the period. This olfactory stratification extended beyond the home. The clothes worn by different classes also contributed to their distinct scents. finely woven fabrics of the wealthy, less likely to retain the smells of sweat and dirt, would offer a different sensory experience than the rough-spun clothes of the peasantry. The ability to frequently change clothes and wash them, a luxury not available to everyone, created further class distinctions in how people smelled. Even public spaces were not neutral in terms of smell. The smells of the market, for instance, reflected a mixture of wealth and poverty, a potpourri of exotic spices, rotting fish, and unwashed bodies. The wealthy could often shop in more spacious, cleaner sections, while the poor were relegated to more crowded, less hygienic areas where the smells were far more intense and unpleasant. The contrast between the olfactory experiences of the different classes isn't just a matter of historical curiosity. It's a significant social commentary on the realities of medieval life. The ability to mask, mitigate, or even escape the smells of poverty, disease, and decay was itself a significant marker of status and power. The great medieval stink, therefore, was not simply a universal phenomenon affecting everyone equally. It was an experience shaped and differentiated by social class, a pungent reflection of the unequal distribution of wealth and resources. While everyone lived within the larger olfactory landscape of the time, their daily experiences and the smells they encountered were profoundly influenced by their social standing. The smells, therefore, provide a fascinating, if somewhat unpleasant, perspective on the social hierarchy of medieval England. The stench wasn't just in the air, it was woven into the very fabric of society. The stark contrast between the olfactory landscapes of the rich and the poor wasn't simply a matter of differing degrees of unpleasantness. It was a reflection of deeply ingrained social conditioning. The nobility, accustomed to a life of relative luxury, developed a different tolerance, or perhaps a different awareness, of smells than the peasantry. Their refined sensibilities, cultivated through generations of privilege, allowed them, or perhaps, more accurately, compelled them, to selectively filter the sensory inputs they processed. A whiff of wood smoke mingling with roasting pheasant might be considered pleasant. The same smoke, emanating from a peasant's hearth fire alongside the reek of unwashed bodies, would likely be deemed intolerable. This wasn't a matter of inherent difference in olfactory perception, but rather a difference in learned responses, shaped by environment and social expectations. The pervasive smells of medieval England weren't just passively experienced. They were actively managed, or at least attempted to be managed, in ways that reflected social status. The wealthy employed a range of strategies to mitigate unpleasant odors, transforming the sensory environment of their castles and manor houses into a carefully constructed olfactory landscape. This wasn't simply about masking smells. It was about creating a sensory environment that projected an image of wealth, cleanliness, and refined taste, an image vital to maintaining social hierarchy. Strong-smelling herbs and plants played a crucial role in this olfactory manipulation. These weren't merely deployed for their aesthetic qualities. Many held medicinal significance, a factor that intertwines the realms of fragrance and health in the medieval worldview. Rosemary, for instance, was prized for its invigorating scent and its supposed ability to improve memory, a welcome attribute in a time when written records were less prevalent and oral tradition held sway. Lavender, with its calming fragrance, was believed to possess purifying qualities, helping to mask the pervasive smells of the period while simultaneously combating diseases. These aromatic herbs weren't simply scattered around rooms. They were strategically placed, woven into tapestries, or incorporated into potpourris, transforming the very fabric of daily life into an olfactory tapestry that sought to enhance and control the sensory experience. The use of spices further underscored the socio-economic divide. Exotic spices like cloves, cinnamon, and ginger, imported from distant lands, were expensive luxuries, marking a clear class distinction, while the sheer cost of importing them made them available mostly to the nobility. These potent scents acted as a sophisticated olfactory camouflage, masking more undesirable smells, an olfactory equivalent of a velvet curtain, concealing a less than perfect reality. The deliberate and extravagant use of spices served not just as a sensory delight, but as a potent symbol of power and privilege. It represented a capacity to transcend the common, pervasive smells of the era. They could afford to conjure a sensory world that more closely mirrored their social standing. Conversely, the peasants' olfactory experience was largely defined by smells they couldn't effectively manage, underscoring their lack of access to such luxuries. Beyond the use of herbs and spices, other methods of odor control were employed by the wealthy. The regular changing of clothes and bed linens, a luxury inaccessible to most, contributed to a distinct lack of body odor. Frequent bathing, while not as common as today's standards, was practiced more often by the elite. The use of perfume primarily among women, although the wealthy men did sometimes use it, further contributed to creating a distinct and, to them, more desirable olfactory environment. This conscious manipulation of smell served as a strong marker of social distinction, reflecting the immense gap in resources and living conditions between classes. However, even the most meticulous efforts of the nobility couldn't entirely erase the pervasive smells of medieval England. The limitations of sanitation and hygiene were unavoidable even in the grandest castles. The smells of human waste from privies, located usually not far from living quarters, the lingering odours of animals kept within or nearby the castle, and the inherent smells of human habitation would inevitably make their presence felt, even amidst the carefully curated aromatic environment. The use of spices and perfumes becomes, in this light, not a denial of the realities of medieval life, but rather an attempt to subtly layer and modify, to control the sensory landscape rather than to entirely dominate it. In stark contrast, the peasantry's sensory experience was largely defined by the pervasive and inescapable smells of their environment. The lack of sanitation, the close proximity of livestock, and the limited access to water and soap created a reality where smells were less controlled and more directly tied to the conditions of their daily existence. The smells here served as a constant reminder of poverty, illness, and hardship. Open sewers running through streets, the accumulation of waste, the stench of animals. These created an olfactory backdrop that was unavoidable and deeply embedded in their daily life. It wasn't simply a matter of personal hygiene. The very environment was structured in a way that made the pervasive smells almost impossible to avoid. The contrasting olfactory experiences of the medieval classes offer a fascinating insight into the interplay between sensory perception, social conditioning, and material circumstances. The wealthy, through their access to resources, attempted to shape and control their sensory world, transforming the pervasive smells into a reflection of their privileged status. The peasantry, on the other hand, lived within a sensory landscape where smells were less a matter of choice and more a constant manifestation of their limited resources and precarious living conditions. The health implications of these vastly different olfactory environments cannot be overstated. The lack of sanitation and hygiene among the lower classes contributed to the spread of diseases, making certain smells, the smells of decay and illness, harbingers of death. The constant exposure to human and animal waste coupled with poor ventilation, created a breeding ground for infections. While the wealthier classes enjoyed a degree of protection, they were still susceptible to various diseases. However, their improved access to medical care and a less contaminated environment offered a greater chance of survival and recovery. This disparity highlights the pervasive social inequalities of the medieval era, where the very air breathed carried a different degree of risk and danger based solely on one's social status. Furthermore, the differences in olfactory experience suggest that the sense of smell in medieval England played a more significant role in daily life than we often consider today. The pervasive smells, whether carefully curated or unavoidably present, served as a constant sensory reminder of one's position in the social hierarchy and the realities of one's environment. The attempt to mask or mitigate odors, therefore, wasn't just a matter of comfort or aesthetics. It was a social strategy, a symbolic assertion of status and power. Through the lens of smell, we can begin to appreciate a new perspective on medieval life, one that moves beyond written records and illuminates the tangible realities and stark social inequalities that were powerfully present in the very air of the period. In essence, the smells of medieval England weren't merely a backdrop. They were an essential, if pungent, component of the social fabric. The sensory assault of medieval London was a far cry from the more diffuse, albeit still pungent, aromas of the English countryside. While both urban and rural environments held their share of unpleasant smells, the nature and intensity of these odors differed dramatically, reflecting the stark contrasts in lifestyle, sanitation practices, and population density. Imagine stepping onto the cobbled streets of London, a city teeming with life, and with a corresponding olfactory overload. The air hung thick with the stench of open sewers, their contents a noxious cocktail of human waste, animal droppings, and rotting refuse. These weren't neatly concealed underground conduits as we know them today. They were open channels snaking through the streets, often overflowing, their contents mingling with the ever-present mud and grime. The smell, historians suggest, was almost overpowering, a persistent, acrid reminder of the city's precarious sanitation system. The sheer concentration of people further exacerbated the problem. London, a major trade hub and centre of power, attracted a dense population, creating a perfect storm for olfactory assault. The cramped living conditions in the poorer districts of the city contributed to the pervasive smell of unwashed bodies, mingled with the smoke from countless hearths, adding a smoky, tarry note to the overall stench. The close proximity of animals within the city walls, pigs rooting in the streets, chickens pecking in alleys, and the occasional stray cow, further enriched the heady mix, adding their particular brand of animal musk to the urban symphony of smells. Fish markets, particularly along the Thames, added another pungent layer, a briny, decaying aroma that competed with the other pervasive odours. This potent cocktail of smells was not confined to the lower class areas. Even the wealthy quarters of London likely experienced the lingering effects of poor sanitation. While wealthy individuals may have employed various means to mitigate the odours within their homes, the pervasive nature of London's smells was largely inescapable, creating a sensory reality quite different from that of the modern metropolis. The smells of a medieval English village presented a different olfactory profile, albeit not necessarily a more pleasant one. Although the density of population was far lower than in London, the smells emanating from a rural setting were often more directly tied to the agricultural cycle and the daily realities of peasant life. While open sewers were less prevalent in villages than in large cities, the lack of organized waste disposal still meant that animal manure and other refuse were often left to accumulate near dwellings or in the surrounding fields, creating a distinctly rural smell of the earth mingled with decay. The dominant scents were often those of livestock, the pervasive aroma of cattle, sheep, and pigs, mingling with the smells of hay and straw, and the ever-present earthiness of the soil. The air would have been scented by the changing seasons too. The blooming of wildflowers in spring, the scent of hay and cut grass in summer, the musty smells of harvested crops in autumn, and the earthy scent of damp earth and decaying leaves in winter. The smells of the fields themselves would have dictated the overall scent depending on the season and the crops grown. Imagine the rich, earthy smell of freshly ploughed fields in spring, the sweet scent of flowering crops during the summer months, or the musty aroma of ripening grain in the late summer and autumn. These agricultural smells were pervasive, deeply interwoven into the fabric of village life, and undoubtedly mingled with the less pleasant odours generated by farm animals and unmanaged waste. Yet, these smells were often less concentrated and less overwhelming than the constant barrage of smells one encountered in a bustling city. The open spaces, the prevailing winds, and the lower population density would have allowed smells to disperse more effectively than in the cramped streets of London. The processing of agricultural products also contributed to the village's olfactory character. The smell of brewing beer, a staple of the medieval diet, likely permeated the air of many villages, its yeasty sweetness mingling with the other more pervasive odours. The tanning of leather, often a village industry, would add its unique, pungent, and sometimes quite unpleasant, aroma to the rural mix. Bakeries, similarly, would contribute to the overall aroma, but their delicious smell would have been competing with the many unpleasant smells associated with less than hygienic practices. The proximity of animals to the village's dwellings meant that the animals' distinct musky scents would inevitably be more pronounced than in a city. However, the difference in olfactory experience between town and country wasn't simply a matter of differing intensities. The character of the smells themselves reflected contrasting social structures and ways of life. The smells of London, while often repulsive by today's standards, were also a reflection of its dynamism, its economic activity, its dense population, and its relatively rudimentary sanitation systems. The smells of the countryside, while perhaps less intensely unpleasant, conveyed a different message, one of agrarian life, seasonal rhythms, and a more intimate connection with the natural world, even though this connection included the often unpleasant smells of animal waste and decaying organic matter. One should not romanticize the rural landscape, though. Diseases spread rapidly in both urban and rural communities. In the villages, poor hygiene and proximity to animals made outbreaks devastating. The smells of sickness and death, while perhaps less concentrated in villages due to lower population density, would still be deeply impactful. The lack of sophisticated medical knowledge and the limited access to resources would have made the impact of epidemics even more significant than in the larger towns and cities. The death and decay were often left more openly visible in the countryside, further emphasizing the sensory experiences of the people living there. The comparison of olfactory environments reveals a key aspect of medieval life: the deep intertwining of social class, hygiene, and sensory experience. The privileged classes, whether in London or in the countryside, had the resources to mitigate many of the most offensive smells. Their use of spices, perfumes, and regular changes of clothes was not simply a matter of personal preference, but a strategy to distance themselves, both literally and metaphorically, from the unpleasant realities of the majority. Conversely, for the peasantry in both urban and rural settings, the smells were an inescapable reality, a constant reminder of their economic limitations and vulnerability to disease. The smells, in essence, served as a tangible representation of the vast social inequalities that characterized medieval England. Through understanding these sensory differences, we gain a deeper appreciation for the varied and often challenging realities of life in medieval England, a life experienced not only visually and audibly, but also through a powerfully pervasive and often quite pungent olfactory landscape. The pervasive smells of medieval England, as we've explored, were a constant companion, shaping daily life in ways we can scarcely imagine. But certain smells held a particular power, a grim significance that transcended the everyday unpleasantness of life: the smells of disease and death. No smell defined the medieval period quite like that associated with the plague, specifically the bubonic plague, better known as the Black Death. The Black Death, which ravaged Europe in the mid-14th century, arrived with a terrible olfactory signature. Chronicles and personal accounts from the time repeatedly mention the horrific stench associated with the disease. It wasn't simply the smell of decay, although that certainly played a significant role, particularly in the later stages of the illness. The initial stages were marked by a different, more insidious odor, a feverish, acrid stench emanating from the victims themselves. This wasn't a subtle scent. It was described as intensely overpowering, permeating homes, streets, and entire villages. Imagine the suffocating miasma of sweat, sickness, and bodily fluids, heightened by the lack of hygiene and sanitation that characterized the time. This was the pestilential air, the very essence of the plague, announced long before visible symptoms appeared in many cases. The accounts often mention a distinctive sweetness mingling with the putrid, a strange paradox of aroma that further enhanced the terror. This sweetness, likely emanating from the infected buboes, swollen lymph nodes characteristic of the bubonic plague, added a disorienting, almost sickening element to the overall stench. It's easy to imagine the fear this combination of smells must have engendered, a palpable dread that announced the imminence of death. This olfactory premonition acted as a terrifying warning system, spreading panic and fear before the more visible symptoms manifested. Communities would find themselves on edge, nervously monitoring not only the physical health of their neighbors, but also the subtle changes in the air, an almost preternatural awareness of the unseen enemy. The lack of understanding of the disease's infectious nature meant that the pungent odors were not only a symptom, but also a cause for further spread. The close proximity of family members caring for the sick further intensified the exposure to these sickening smells, compounding the risks of infection. The societal understanding of the time emphasized the humoral theory of medicine, which emphasized the importance of balance within the body. Smells were seen as intrinsically linked to this balance, and the sickening smells of the plague were often interpreted as indicators of imbalance and decay. When death did arrive, the olfactory assault reached its terrifying crescendo. The decomposing bodies, left unburied or poorly interred, released a torrent of putrid odors, further spreading the fear and the disease. The stench of the plague-ridden dead was described in horrifying detail in numerous accounts. Imagine the overpowering reek of decaying flesh, mixed with the earthy smell of freshly turned soil in hastily dug graves, further enhanced by the ever-present stench of open sewers. This grim olfactory landscape haunted the survivors, a constant reminder of the devastating power of the disease. The chroniclers of the time often spoke of the miasma, or bad air, referring to this toxic blend of smells that was seen as a direct cause of the plague. The miasma theory emphasized the connection between disease and the environment, and the overwhelming stench of death certainly reinforced this belief. It's crucial to remember that the perception of smell varied across cultures and social classes. The privileged classes, with their resources and access to perfumes and spices, may have attempted to mask these terrifying smells, but it is extremely unlikely they could fully escape the ubiquitous pestilence. The wealthy might have used strong-smelling perfumes and spices like cloves, rosemary, and lavender in an attempt to either mask the smells or ward off the disease, based on the humoral theory that certain smells could influence the body's balance and repel disease-causing agents. However, these efforts were likely to offer only temporary respite from the pervasive stench and the ever-present danger. The peasantry, on the other hand, had little recourse against the olfactory assault. Their proximity to the dead, both in their homes and in the cemeteries, meant that they were constantly bombarded by the terrifying odors of disease and death. The relentless stench served as a stark and inescapable reminder of their vulnerability, the fragility of life, and the omnipresent danger of the plague. The experiences of the peasantry and the wealthy during this time offer an acute understanding of how disease itself created a unique social and sensory disparity. Beyond the Black Death, other diseases prevalent in medieval England, such as dysentery, typhoid, and cholera, also contributed to the complex and unpleasant olfactory landscape. These diseases, often linked to poor sanitation and contaminated water sources, produced their own distinctive smells, adding to the already pungent mixture that pervaded the daily lives of the medieval population. The smell of dysentery, for instance, with its characteristically fecal odor, was associated with the contaminated water sources, while the fetid smell of cholera outbreaks pointed towards the failure of water management systems. The smells associated with disease were not only indicators of illness, but also played a crucial role in identifying and managing potential outbreaks. The stench of rotting bodies, for example, would have served as a grim warning sign, alerting communities to the presence of a potential epidemic. The heightened awareness of unusual smells, coupled with the belief in the miasma theory, prompted individuals and communities to take measures to protect themselves, often involving the burning of aromatic herbs and spices, or moving to less affected areas in an attempt to escape the bad air. The strong olfactory signature of disease and death fundamentally shaped the psychology and daily life of medieval people. The constant presence of unpleasant and terrifying smells impacted their perception of the world, their understanding of health and illness, and their social interactions. The fear instilled by these smells permeated the social fabric, affecting everything from burial practices and religious rituals to the daily routines and interactions of medieval communities. The pervasive smells, whether of the Black Death or other common diseases, served as a constant reminder of the precariousness of life in the medieval period, an era marked not only by breathtaking cathedrals and noble courts, but also by an inescapable sensory reality shaped by the unpleasant odors of disease and death. The stench of the past, in this case, speaks volumes about the struggles and fears of those who lived through it. It serves as a powerful reminder of the intimate connection between the physical environment, societal structures, and the lived experience of disease in the Middle Ages. And even though we no longer share that sensory reality, Understanding this olfactory history helps us understand the human cost of past pandemics and appreciate the advancements in hygiene and sanitation that have dramatically transformed our world. The pervasive stench of disease and death, as we've seen, cast a long shadow over medieval England. But even beyond the horrifying smells associated with epidemics, the overall olfactory landscape of the period was far from pleasant. This leads us to a surprising and perhaps slightly unsettling aspect of medieval life: their bathing habits, or rather, their lack thereof. Modern sensibilities often picture medieval people as perpetually grimy, wallowing in filth. While there's truth to the idea that personal hygiene by modern standards was significantly lacking, the reality is more nuanced and less straightforward than a simple picture of universal squalor. The common image of the perpetually unwashed medieval peasant is largely a misconception. It is true that bathing as we understand it today wasn't common practice, but to paint everyone with the same brush risks perpetuating a myth. The frequency and nature of bathing varied significantly depending on social class, geographical location, and even the prevailing attitudes towards health and well-being. The notion of daily showers or even weekly baths was simply not part of the medieval mindset. The reasons were multifaceted and rooted in a combination of practical limitations, cultural beliefs, and a vastly different understanding of hygiene. One of the most significant practical barriers to frequent bathing was the simple lack of readily available hot water. Heating water in large quantities was a time-consuming and energy-intensive process. For the vast majority of the population, especially the peasantry, access to a plentiful supply of firewood was a luxury. Even if firewood was available, the process of heating water to a suitable temperature for bathing was often impractical and expensive, especially in the context of fuel scarcity and the everyday energy demands of keeping a household and farming a field or two. A fire large enough to heat a significant volume of water for a full bath would have represented a significant expenditure of resources, time, and effort, not readily available to most. So for the vast majority, bathing remained a relatively rare event. The scarcity of hot water isn't the only factor to consider. Access to water itself, especially clean water, was another significant constraint. Many villages and towns lacked reliable sources of clean water, and water often needed to be fetched from wells or rivers, which were frequently contaminated. The very act of collecting and hauling water could be a considerable chore, making regular bathing impractical for busy households. Even for those who lived closer to cleaner water sources, the effort required to heat, transport, and manage a bath would have been a major commitment, thus making infrequent bathing the norm. Furthermore, the prevailing medical beliefs of the time significantly influenced attitudes toward bathing. Medieval physicians subscribed largely to the humoral theory of medicine, which posited that the human body contained 4 humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Illness was believed to result from an imbalance of these humours. Bathing, especially frequent bathing, was believed by some to disrupt this delicate balance, leading to illness and vulnerability to disease. This belief was rooted in the understanding that excessive washing could remove protective bodily oils, potentially leaving the skin vulnerable to illness. The perceived risk of opening the body to the invasion of disease through a wash that removed these natural oils was a considerable concern. The idea of washing away one's natural defenses made frequent bathing seem almost counterintuitive from the perspective of medieval medical practice. The perception of cleanliness itself differed significantly from modern notions. While medieval people certainly understood the importance of cleanliness, Their approach varied widely. They focused primarily on cleanliness as it related to visible dirt and grime, and maintained a far different understanding of the invisible microorganisms that cause diseases. Cleaning was often done through a process of wiping or scrubbing, possibly with rags and water rather than through immersion in a bath. Clothes were frequently washed, albeit often in cold water, reflecting the emphasis on surface cleanliness rather than full immersion bathing. The social classes also played a significant role in shaping bathing habits. The wealthy elite, particularly the nobility and the clergy, had greater access to resources and were more likely to bathe occasionally, though not with the frequency of today. They might have had access to private baths, perhaps heated by a fire or utilizing a heated bathing tub, and might indulge in a bath in the context of a medicinal treatment. However, even for the wealthy, frequent bathing was not the norm. The perception of bath as a medicinal process rather than a purely hygienic one might have informed their approach, suggesting a less frequent bathing than what might be assumed based on today's understanding of hygiene. The evidence suggests that regular bathing was a practice more associated with certain social groups or occasions than a habitual routine. For instance, some monasteries had bathing facilities associated with the maintenance of cleanliness and the health of their monks. The idea of cleansing as a spiritual practice, especially in religious contexts, suggests a context where water was used, but often not in the sense of immersion in a bath. In contrast, for the majority of the population, bathing remained an infrequent event, often tied to specific occasions such as significant religious festivals, important social events, or perhaps before weddings. The lack of widespread bathing in medieval England wasn't simply a matter of laziness or ignorance. It was a complex interplay of practical limitations, cultural beliefs, and a medical understanding that differed dramatically from our own. The image of the perpetually unwashed medieval population is a significant oversimplification. While personal hygiene by modern standards wasn't a priority, and bathing frequency was vastly different, it's important to understand the historical context and avoid projecting modern expectations onto a past with vastly different constraints and perspectives. The medieval world had its own understanding of cleanliness, health, and the role of water in daily life, a reality shaped by practical realities and a fundamentally different medical knowledge base. Ultimately, the smells of medieval England were a complex reflection of this social reality, a reality shaped by practical realities and a fundamentally different medical understanding. The pervasive smells of medieval England weren't solely the result of a lack of bathing. Clothing and textiles played a significant role in the overall olfactory experience. Imagine a world where the very fabric of your existence, your clothes, contributed substantially to the ambient aroma. This wasn't a matter of mere untidiness. It was a consequence of the materials used, the methods of cleaning, and the sheer limitations of technology in that era. The smells, as we shall see, were a potent blend of the natural and the surprisingly, sometimes deliberately, artificial. Wool, the dominant textile of the time, provided warmth and durability, but came with a distinct, inherent odor. Think of the smell of a freshly sheared sheep, amplified and concentrated over time. Wool held onto scents, both pleasant and unpleasant, with a tenacity that would make a modern fabric softener company envious. Sweat, body oils, smoke from cooking fires, and the ever-present aroma of wood smoke all permeated the fibers, creating a unique and often pungent tapestry of scents. The richer and more prosperous a person was, the more likely their wool garments were to be treated with costly dyes and finishing techniques that perhaps slightly masked, but certainly didn't eliminate this inherent smell. For the majority, however, the unadorned scent of wool was simply a fact of life. Linen, another common fabric, offered a slightly different olfactory profile. While not as persistently odor-retaining as wool, linen still held onto the smells of everyday life. The process of linen production, from harvesting the flax to weaving the cloth, imparted a distinct earthy aroma. This inherent smell mingled with the scents acquired through wear. The process of linen production itself was laborious, involving various stages like retting, a microbial decomposition process to remove the bark from the flax, scutching, the removal of woody material, and spinning, all contributing to a subtly pungent profile of their own. The linen clothes of a medieval peasant or a wealthy lord would both absorb the scents of their daily lives, though the types and intensities of those smells might differ based on their social standing and activities. The variety of dyes added yet another layer to this olfactory landscape. Natural dyes, derived from plants and insects, often added their own unique aromas to the garments. Madder root, for instance, gave a rich red hue but also imparted a slightly earthy scent. Woad, a source of blue dye, possessed a distinctive, almost herbal aroma. These scents blended with the inherent smells of the fabrics, creating a complex and ever-evolving olfactory experience. The use of these dyes was expensive, and so frequently the clothes of the average medieval person would remain undyed, their dull tones mirroring the simple life they led. However, the concept of cleanliness in medieval times was not entirely the same as our contemporary understanding. While visible dirt was certainly undesirable, the focus wasn't on eradicating all odors. Washing clothes was a laborious process, often involving cold water and laborious scrubbing. Hot water was a precious commodity, and heating it in large quantities required significant resources. Thus, frequent washing of garments was a luxury, and often clothes were simply aired out, perhaps brushed or beaten to remove surface dirt and dust. This inevitably meant that smells accumulated over time, becoming a part of the very fabric of the clothes themselves, much like the aromas which would now cling to the leather of a well-worn work boot or an old favorite coat. The frequency of washing varied considerably depending on social class. The wealthy could afford more frequent laundering, perhaps employing servants to handle the task. Yet, even for the elite, the concept of clean clothes meant something different. The absence of modern detergents and the lack of understanding of germs meant that while a garment might be visually clean, lingering smells would be a persistent reality. The peasants' clothes, on the other hand, were washed far less frequently, the process being time-consuming and resource-intensive, and so their characteristic aroma would be far more intense and pervasive. Think of the smells associated with specific occupations. A blacksmith's tunic would carry the lingering scent of coal smoke, hot metal, and perhaps a hint of sweat and grime. A tanner's clothes would be imbued with the pungent aroma of hides and animal oils. A farmer's garments would retain the earthy smells of the soil, combined with the pungent aroma of manure and hay. These occupational scents were not merely incidental. They were a powerful marker of identity and social standing, even providing a visceral awareness of the individual's position within the complex social hierarchy of medieval society. Beyond the purely occupational smells, consider the pervasive scent of body odor. While bathing might have been infrequent, people did make an effort to maintain a level of cleanliness. Wiping with cloths, using water to wash hands and faces, and combing hair were common practices. However, the lack of regular bathing meant that body odor was a significant factor in the overall aroma of medieval England. This smell, again, combined with the scent of their clothing to create a complex and at times rather unpleasant olfactory profile. The use of perfumes and fragrant herbs attempted, with mixed success, to mask some of these unpleasant smells. Herbs like rosemary, lavender, and mint were often incorporated into clothing or used as sachets to provide a more pleasant scent. However, these fragrances likely only partially masked the underlying smells of sweat, smoke, and unwashed fabrics. The overall effect was probably a peculiar blend of natural and artificial scents, a fragrant collage of the medieval world. Even the storage of clothes contributed to their olfactory profile. Garments were often stored in chests or hung in wardrobes, sometimes alongside other items like herbs and spices. This could add to or alter the existing smells of the clothes, leading to an unpredictable blend of odors. The confined space of a chest could trap and amplify smells, so that when a garment was retrieved, it unleashed a concentrated wave of its stored aromas. In conclusion, the clothing and textiles of medieval England were far from silent participants in the overall olfactory landscape. They were active contributors, bearing witness to the daily lives of the people who wore them, from the simple peasant to the wealthy lord. The smells woven into the fabric itself were a mixture of the natural and artificial, reflecting the practical limitations, cultural norms, and occupational realities of the era. This multi-layered, often pungent tapestry of smells further enriched the already intensely aromatic world of medieval England, providing a strong, albeit less than pleasant, sensory layer to the period. The smell of medieval clothing, therefore, wasn't just a matter of uncleanliness. It was a complex reflection of a society grappling with the realities of everyday life, with its own unique ways of perceiving and managing the smells that surrounded them. The lingering smells of medieval England weren't confined to unwashed bodies and fabrics. They permeated every aspect of daily life, especially the preparation and consumption of food and drink. Imagine stepping into a medieval kitchen, a far cry from the sterile environments of modern culinary spaces. The air would be thick with a potent mix of aromas, a symphony of scents both enticing and off-putting, depending on one's perspective and the current culinary project underway. Roasted meats, the staple of the wealthier classes, contributed significantly to this olfactory landscape. The rich, savoury scent of roasting beef, pork, or mutton would fill the air, mingling with the aroma of herbs and spices used to enhance the flavour. Think of a whole pig roasting on a spit over an open fire, its crackling skin releasing a delicious, fatty aroma that would tantalise the senses from afar. However, this wasn't always a purely pleasant experience. The burning wood, adding its own smoky undertone, frequently competed with the sizzling meat, creating a complex, almost overwhelming blend of smells. The intensity of the smells would depend on the type of wood used, the temperature of the fire, and the precise stage of the cooking process. Poorly managed fires could easily lead to acrid, unpleasant smoke that permeated everything, and the overall smell could easily become overwhelming rather than inviting. Poultry, a more readily available protein source for the less wealthy, offered a different, perhaps slightly milder scent. Roasted chickens or geese would give off a gentler, yet still distinctive aroma, often with a subtle hint of herbs or spices, depending on the resources available to the cook. Again, the smoky undertones from the fire would play a significant role in the overall olfactory experience. Game, venison, rabbit, pheasant, or even boar, contributed yet another layer to this fragrant tapestry, each with its unique smell and an underlying earthiness from the animal's natural habitat. Fish, a common food source, particularly for those living near coastlines or rivers, introduced a different set of smells into the equation. Freshly caught fish would carry their own distinct ocean-fresh aroma, while preserved fish, salted, dried, or smoked, would possess a more pungent, often quite strong smell. Think of the salty, sometimes almost overpowering scent of cod that has been cured for weeks, or the intensely smoky aroma of kippers hanging to dry near a hearth fire. The intensity of the aroma depended greatly on the methods of preservation and could vary greatly according to the specific fish and preservation methods involved. Vegetables, while less dominant in the olfactory landscape than meat, still contributed their own subtle aromas. Onions, leeks, garlic, and herbs like parsley, thyme, and rosemary, frequently used to flavor dishes, provided distinct, sometimes overpowering aromas that mingled with the smells of the main course. The preparation of these vegetables also played a part, with the chopping and cooking processes releasing potent scents into the air. Root vegetables like turnips and carrots would add their own earthy notes, while cabbage and other leafy greens added a much more pungent aroma that could linger for a considerable time. Dairy products added another layer of complexity to the smells of a medieval kitchen. Cheese, depending on its type and age, could produce anywhere from a mild, creamy aroma to a pungent, almost overwhelmingly strong odor. Milk, when fresh, would have a more delicate smell, while soured milk, a common occurrence before refrigeration, would possess a distinctly sour, almost rancid aroma. Butter, a valuable commodity, added its own characteristic richness to the blend of smells, its aroma varying from creamy and sweet to slightly rancid depending on the freshness of the product and the methods of storage. Bread, the staff of life, played a significant role in the overall olfactory experience. The warm, yeasty scent of freshly baked bread would fill a medieval kitchen, a comforting and welcoming smell. However, different types of bread would have slightly different aromas. Rye bread, for instance, had a distinctly more sour scent than wheat bread, while barley bread imparted a different, earthier profile. The baking process itself released a range of scents, from the sweet aroma of rising dough to the slightly smoky smell of the oven's heat. The lingering scent of bread would permeate the kitchen and even the surrounding areas for hours after the loaves were removed from the oven. Then came the drinks. Ale, the most common beverage, had a strong, sometimes pungent aroma that varied greatly according to the type of grain, brewing methods, and age of the ale. Freshly brewed ale had a yeasty, slightly sweet aroma, while older ales could develop more sour, vinegary notes. Wine, a drink enjoyed mainly by the wealthy, contributed its own unique olfactory signature. A fresh, fruity aroma in the case of younger wines and a more complex, slightly aged, and sometimes vinegary smell in older vintages. The fermentation process produced distinctive smells that could easily permeate a room, adding to the already complex aromatic environment of a medieval dwelling. Spices, while not always readily available, introduced exotic and exciting aromas into the mix. Cinnamon, cloves, ginger, and pepper, all imported from distant lands, imparted their distinctive and powerful scents to the food and drink, enhancing the complexity of the existing olfactory environment. These spices were expensive, and thus their presence added not only a dimension of flavor, but also a subtle indication of wealth and social status. Preservation techniques played a significant role in shaping the olfactory landscape of medieval life. Salting, smoking, pickling, and drying were all common preservation methods, each imparting distinctive and often strong odors to food. Salted meats, for example, carried a strong salty aroma, while smoked meats and fish were imbued with a potent smoky scent that could easily permeate even well-ventilated areas. Pickled vegetables had their own characteristic sour, vinegary smell, and dried fruits and vegetables imparted a unique, concentrated sweetness. The smells of these preservation methods frequently served as a testament to the ingenuity of medieval cooks and the need for preserving food before refrigeration. The overall olfactory experience in a medieval kitchen, home, or even street was a complex and multifaceted one, a dynamic blend of the appealing and the repulsive. The potent mix of roasting meats, fermenting beverages, and preserved foods, combined with the smells of unwashed bodies, fabrics, and the ever-present smoke from cooking fires, created an environment that was dramatically different from the relatively sanitized, odor-controlled spaces of the modern world. Understanding the smells of medieval food and drink provides a fascinating glimpse into the sensory realities of medieval life, reminding us that the past was a place of strikingly different and often pungent experiences. It was a world where the very air you breathed spoke volumes about the lives of its inhabitants, their diets, their social standing, and their ingenuity in a world without the technological advancements that shape our modern sensory experiences. The lingering aroma of roasted meats and fermenting ales, while sometimes enticing, was but one note in the cacophonous symphony of medieval smells. To truly understand the olfactory landscape of the era, one must delve into the grim reality of waste disposal, a nightmare of staggering proportions that contributed significantly to the pervasive stench of the time. The lack of organized sanitation systems meant that the disposal of human waste, animal dung, and household refuse presented a constant and significant challenge, impacting not just the immediate environment, but the very fabric of medieval society. The most common method of waste disposal, particularly for humans, was the cesspit. These were essentially pits dug into the ground, often located beneath or near houses, where waste accumulated. Imagine, if you will, a dark, fetid hole beneath your dwelling, slowly filling with the refuse of daily life. The stench emanating from these cesspits was undoubtedly overpowering, particularly in warmer months when the decomposition process accelerated. The lack of effective drainage often led to overflowing cesspits, spreading their foul contents into surrounding areas, contaminating both the ground and the very air itself. The stench wouldn't be confined to the immediate vicinity. It would permeate the structure of the home, adding a persistent, almost inescapable odor to daily life. Furthermore, the construction of these cesspits wasn't always meticulous. Often dug haphazardly, they sometimes leaked into the water table, contaminating drinking water sources and spreading disease. This lack of care and attention to detail, often driven by poverty and the lack of proper knowledge about sanitation and its consequences, created a cycle of disease and contamination that significantly impacted the health of the population. The closer a dwelling was to the cesspit, the greater the impact on their daily life, both in terms of health and the all-pervasive odor of decay and disease. While cesspits were common in both urban and rural areas, the problem was amplified in densely populated towns and cities. London, for example, a bustling hub of activity, faced particularly acute sanitation challenges. The streets were often narrow and congested, providing little room for waste disposal. Human and animal waste were frequently simply thrown into the streets, accumulating into piles of fetid refuse that attracted swarms of flies and rats. The stench, amplified by the lack of proper drainage and ventilation, would have been almost unbearable, especially during the warmer seasons, creating a breeding ground for disease and pestilence that contributed to periodic outbreaks of epidemics. Imagine the streets not just as avenues of trade and commerce, but as veritable rivers of filth and disease, constantly flowing and adding to the already foul-smelling atmosphere. Waterways, another major element of medieval life, also served as dumping grounds for waste. Rivers and streams, often the only source of fresh water, became polluted with human waste, animal waste, and household garbage. This not only created a health hazard, but also significantly affected the overall smell of the surrounding area. The smell of decaying matter would mingle with the natural odors of the water, creating a nauseating mix that permeated the air for miles. This practice wasn't just limited to larger bodies of water. Even smaller streams and brooks were frequently used for disposing of waste, making them both unhealthy and foul-smelling. The disposal of animal waste posed a further challenge. Animals, such as horses, pigs, and cattle, were an integral part of medieval life, and their waste added significantly to the overall sanitation problems. Animal dung, accumulated in streets, stables, and even people's homes, generated a considerable amount of foul-smelling material. The problem was exacerbated in densely populated areas where the sheer volume of animal dung contributed to the already existing unsanitary conditions. This was further intensified by the limited availability of means to manage or dispose of this waste. The lack of public sanitation systems and the prevalent practices of waste disposal had a profound impact on the social fabric of medieval society. The constant presence of foul smells was not merely an inconvenience. It was a significant factor in the spread of disease, contributing to high rates of mortality and morbidity. The poor, living in cramped and unsanitary conditions, were particularly vulnerable. They lacked access to proper facilities and were forced to cope with the constant threat of infection. The higher classes, while often living in more spacious environments, still experienced the effects of poor sanitation, with diseases and the associated odors permeating the walls of their homes and castles. The smells themselves were a marker of social class and inequality. The wealthy could afford to have some measure of waste management, however primitive, but their efforts could only go so far when faced with the pervasive smells of their surroundings. The poor, on the other hand, often lacked the resources even to minimize the impact of the waste around them. This created a stark contrast between different levels of society, highlighting the differences in living conditions and access to resources. The smells were a constant and inescapable reminder of the inequalities that permeated medieval society. The medieval era's approach to waste disposal stands in stark contrast to modern sanitation practices. The lack of understanding of germ theory and the absence of organized systems for waste removal resulted in a highly unsanitary environment. The pervasive smells, a constant companion of daily life, were not merely an aesthetic issue. They were a fundamental aspect of medieval existence, reflecting the challenges of living in a time before modern sanitation and hygiene practices. The stench was not merely an unpleasant background noise to daily life, but a significant factor in the health, disease, and even social structures of the era. It shaped daily routines, impacted social interactions, and contributed to a society perpetually struggling with the consequences of its own waste. This grim reality underscores the tremendous progress made in sanitation and hygiene since the Middle Ages, a progress that has not only significantly improved our quality of life, but also fundamentally reshaped our sensory experience of the world. The lingering smells of medieval England serve as a potent reminder of a time when the simple act of disposing of waste posed a profound challenge with far-reaching consequences. The pervasive stench of medieval life, as we've seen, wasn't merely a disagreeable backdrop. It deeply intertwined with the era's understanding of health and illness. Medieval medicine, far removed from our modern germ theory, relied heavily on the sense of smell. The air, thick with the odors of decay and disease, was also seen as a source of potential cures, a testament to the era's intricate relationship between scent and bodily well-being. The dominant medical theory of the time, the humoral theory, posited that the human body contained 4 humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. An imbalance in these humors was believed to be the root cause of all illness. And how did one assess this delicate humoral balance? Often through the nose. The smell of a patient's breath, sweat, or even their waste could offer vital clues about their internal state. A sickly sweet smell, for instance, might indicate an excess of phlegm, while a pungent, almost fetid odor could suggest an imbalance of black bile. Physicians, often relying more on observation and intuition than on scientific methodology, would carefully analyze these smells, using them to inform their diagnoses and treatment plans. Imagine the physician, a learned man in his long robe, leaning close to a patient, his face betraying a mix of concentration and apprehension as he inhaled deeply, attempting to decipher the intricate olfactory code of the body's inner workings. This close examination was a sensory experience far different from the sterile environment of modern clinics. It involved a deep immersion into the smells of the patient's body, a visceral engagement with the signs of illness. The treatment methods themselves were often dictated by the humoral theory and heavily reliant on smell. Aromatic herbs and spices played a central role in medieval medicine, not merely for their potential therapeutic properties, but also for their ability to alter and manipulate a patient's olfactory experience. Lavender, rosemary, and chamomile, for instance, were believed to have a calming influence on the humors, promoting balance and relieving tension. Their potent aromas, filling the air around the patient, were believed to directly affect their internal state. One can almost imagine a medieval sick room, fragrant with herbs, the scent subtly battling against the stench of the surrounding environment, a fragrant oasis of healing amidst the pervasive smells of decay. Other remedies relied on pungent and even unpleasant smells. Consider the use of strong-smelling substances like garlic, onions, or even decayed animal parts. Ingredients that might make a modern person recoil, but that were considered efficacious in medieval medicine. These strong-smelling substances were believed to help draw out toxins, a process akin to modern-day detoxification, but through the power of smell and perceived purification. The physician might prescribe a poultice made from crushed garlic, its sharp aroma meant to both counteract and expel the unpleasant odors of a patient's malady, in a manner that could be viewed as a fight between scents for the dominance of the body. The underlying belief is that a balance in smells would lead to a balance in the body. Beyond the herbs and spices, perfumes played an equally important role in medieval medicine, but not in the same way as today. Perfumes weren't simply for cosmetic purposes. They were believed to have therapeutic properties. Certain fragrances were associated with specific humors or diseases, and applying them to the body or inhaling them was believed to influence the body's internal balance. This would involve the use of highly concentrated perfumes, created through complicated and sometimes secretive processes, using a variety of herbs and other ingredients. These concentrated perfumes served as a multi-sensory experience meant to influence the body's humors, providing a level of medical treatment that directly involved the sense of smell. The theory of signatures added another layer of complexity to this sensory-based medicine. This belief held that God had endowed plants and other substances with visual or olfactory characteristics that revealed their medicinal properties. A plant with a pungent smell, for instance, might be deemed effective in treating a similarly pungent ailment. A plant resembling a liver, for example, might be deemed suitable for treating liver ailments. This led to a wide array of remedies, many of which were developed based on the seemingly obvious relationship between the smell or appearance of a substance and its purported medicinal effects. However, the reliance on smell in medieval medicine wasn't always straightforward. The very air, so often thick with the stench of disease and decay, could itself be seen as both a source of illness and a potential cure. Certain smells were associated with specific diseases, leading to the practice of avoidance or, conversely, to specific treatments that utilized those smells to encourage a healing process. The air within crowded and unsanitary towns, for example, was seen as a source of miasma, poisonous vapors believed to spread disease. In contrast, the clean, fresh air of the countryside was considered a vital ingredient for good health and recovery. This concept of miasma shows a direct relation between smell, environment, and health. The close relationship between smell and disease led to fascinating practices. The smelling salts, a blend of aromatic substances, were often used to revive unconscious patients. The sharp, pungent smell would sometimes act as a stimulant, jolting the body back to consciousness. This demonstrates a direct application of scent as a medical treatment. It also highlights the prevalence of smells as a method of diagnosis and treatment in the medieval era. The strong smell acted as a powerful stimulant that might have had beneficial effects on the nervous system. This all goes to show that medieval medicine, while seemingly primitive by modern standards, was a sophisticated system built on observation, intuition, and a deep understanding of the body's subtle interactions with its environment, particularly through the sense of smell. The smells of the time, the stench of disease, the fragrance of herbs, the perfume of remedies, were all part of a complex interplay that shaped medical diagnosis and treatment, reflecting the era's uniquely sensory approach to understanding and treating illness. It was a world where the nose played a crucial role in navigating the mysteries of life, death, and the baffling world between. The smells, whether pleasant or unpleasant, were integral parts of a system of healing rooted not in germ theory, but in a much more sensory and holistic understanding of the human body and its connection to the world around it. The odours of medieval England, therefore, weren't merely a nuisance. They were part of the very fabric of medieval medical practice, a testament to a time when the sense of smell played a far more significant role in the diagnosis and treatment of illness than it does today. The pervasive influence of smell extended far beyond the confines of the medieval sick room. It played a crucial role in shaping social interactions, defining social hierarchies, and influencing perceptions of status and cleanliness. In a world without widespread sanitation and with a limited understanding of hygiene, the olfactory landscape of medieval England was a potent force in shaping social dynamics. One's personal scent, or rather the lack thereof, spoke volumes about one's social standing. The pungent aroma of unwashed bodies and soiled clothing was as much a marker of poverty as it was a consequence of it. Peasants, living in close proximity to animals and with limited access to water, often carried a distinct odour that set them apart from the more affluent classes. This wasn't simply a matter of personal hygiene. It was a reflection of the realities of their daily lives. The wealthy, on the other hand, could afford more frequent bathing, though even this was not a daily occurrence for most. Finer clothes and perfumes designed to mask, or at least mitigate, the underlying odours of their bodies. The use of perfume wasn't merely a cosmetic practice. It was a powerful social statement, signifying affluence and status. Costly and often exotic ingredients imported from distant lands were used to create potent fragrances, signaling the wearer's access to wealth and global trade networks. These perfumes weren't simply pleasing scents. They were intended to create an aura of elegance and sophistication, a fragrant shield against the ever-present smells of the surrounding environment. The intensity and complexity of a perfume could indeed be a measure of one's social standing. Imagine a grand medieval banquet, a cacophony of sights, sounds, and most importantly, smells. The air would be thick with the aroma of roasted meats, spiced wines, and perhaps the lingering scent of stale beer. This mix of appetizing and less than appetizing smells would be further complicated by the scents of the attendees themselves. The nobles, adorned in their fine silks and richly scented perfumes, would project an aura of refined fragrance, a stark contrast to the more earthy smells emanating from the less privileged guests. This olfactory stratification, a tangible expression of the social hierarchy, would have been as perceptible as any visual display of wealth and power. The use of strong-smelling substances wasn't confined to the realm of personal fragrance. Incense, burned in churches and homes, played a significant role in both religious and domestic life. The aromatic smoke, filling the air with its fragrant haze, was believed to purify the environment and ward off evil spirits. However, the types and quantities of incense used often varied according to social class, creating another layer of olfactory distinction. The wealthy could afford the most expensive and exotic resins, creating an atmosphere of opulent piety, whilst the homes of peasants would likely contain simpler, less expensive substances, creating a subtle but noticeable difference in the ambient scent. Even the smells associated with certain professions contributed to the olfactory landscape of medieval society. The tanner, for instance, worked with animal hides, creating a distinctly pungent odour that permeated their surroundings and clung to their clothing. The smells of their craft, though unpleasant to many, were a clear indication of their occupation. Similarly, the butcher, with their constant contact with raw meat, carried the scent of their trade with them, a smell that might have been viewed with a mix of necessity and distaste. These occupational smells served as a form of olfactory identification, immediately signaling a person's profession, creating a sort of olfactory map of the medieval town. The perception of cleanliness and hygiene was also deeply ingrained in the olfactory experience of medieval society. While bathing was far from a daily ritual for most, the absence of certain smells was often considered a positive sign. The lack of body odour, achieved through the diligent use of perfumes, fine clothes, and perhaps occasional bathing, signified affluence and refinement. In contrast, the presence of strong body odours was generally associated with lower social classes, with the perceived smell often mirroring the realities of their daily lives. This olfactory dimension of social interaction wasn't merely a passive observation. It actively shaped people's responses and judgments. One's scent could influence social acceptance or rejection, impacting opportunities and interactions. The perception of a pleasant or unpleasant smell could profoundly affect how individuals were perceived and treated within their community. A pungent body odor might lead to social exclusion, whilst the delicate aroma of a costly perfume might elicit admiration and respect. Furthermore, the use of smell in social contexts often intersected with prevailing medical beliefs. As discussed in the previous section, the humoral theory greatly influenced the understanding of health and illness. Therefore, a strong body odor might not only indicate poor hygiene, but also suggest an internal imbalance, influencing perceptions of a person's health and overall well-being. Conversely, the use of fragrant herbs and spices in cooking and personal care could be seen as an attempt to promote balance and harmony within the body, contributing positively to social interactions. The social role of smell also extended to courtship and marriage. While we may not think of it in these terms today, the scent of a person was certainly a factor in the attraction and selection of partners. Perfumes and fragrant herbs were used to enhance one's attractiveness, creating an olfactory appeal as much as a visual one. The scent of cleanliness and affluence, therefore, could significantly impact romantic prospects. The delicate balance between the scent of cleanliness, spices, and the less desirable body odor all played a role in the social interactions of medieval England. In conclusion, the olfactory dimension of medieval life was far more significant than we might initially imagine. The smells of medieval society, the pungent odors of poverty, the refined fragrances of wealth, the aromatic scents of religious practices, and the distinctive smells of various occupations, all played a crucial role in shaping social interactions, defining social hierarchies, and influencing social perceptions. The era's understanding of hygiene, health, and social status was deeply intertwined with the sense of smell, creating a world where olfactory cues communicated as much, if not more, than words could ever express. This detailed sensory information paints a far more vivid picture than simple historical accounts could hope to achieve. It reveals a society where the air itself carried a powerful social message, a silent language understood and responded to by everyone in the crowded, pungent world of medieval England. The pervasive scents of medieval England weren't confined to the bustling streets and crowded homes. They permeated the very heart of religious life, the church. Imagine stepping into a medieval cathedral, a vast stone edifice echoing with the murmur of prayers and the chanting of monks. But before you even register the visual grandeur, the olfactory assault hits you. A heady blend of incense, beeswax candles, and something else. Something earthy, something undeniably human. The use of incense in medieval churches was ubiquitous. Far from being a mere pleasant addition to the service, it held deep religious significance, believed to be a conduit between the earthly and the divine. Different incense varieties, often imported from distant lands at considerable expense, were used for different occasions and services. Frankincense and myrrh, for example, held particular reverence, their rich, resinous aromas associated with the gifts offered to the infant Jesus. The smoke, rising in fragrant spirals towards the vaulted ceilings, was considered a symbolic offering, carrying prayers heavenward. The burning of incense was also deeply intertwined with the prevailing medical beliefs of the time, specifically the humoral theory. Incense was believed to possess purifying properties, capable of cleansing the air of harmful humors and promoting a sense of spiritual and physical well-being. The aromatic smoke, it was thought, could dispel miasmas, evil-smelling vapors believed to cause disease. creating a spiritually and physically pure environment for worship. This belief wasn't merely a quaint superstition. It directly impacted the design and function of church spaces. Churches were designed to encourage good air circulation to help dissipate odors, though their success in this endeavor was variable at best. But the incense wasn't always a pleasant experience. The sheer quantity burned in some services could be overwhelming, creating a thick, cloying atmosphere that might have been more suffocating than spiritually uplifting for some. Imagine the congregation, packed into a dimly lit cathedral, struggling to breathe through the haze of incense smoke, the air heavy with the combined scent of human bodies, beeswax, and the potent aroma of the incense itself. The intensity of the experience certainly would have varied depending on the church, the service, and the time of year. The beeswax candles, another crucial element of medieval church life, added their own contribution to the olfactory landscape. Hundreds, if not thousands of candles would illuminate the church interior, their flickering light casting dancing shadows on the walls and the faces of the worshippers. The beeswax itself, however, exuded a strong sweet scent that, when combined with the incense, created a complex and often powerful aroma. This was no mere background fragrance. It played a critical role in shaping the atmosphere of religious worship. Yet, despite the efforts to create a fragrant and purified atmosphere within the church, some smells were unavoidable. The pungent reality of human existence persistently intruded. A medieval church wasn't a sterile environment. It was a gathering place for people from all walks of life, a community that included the wealthy and the impoverished, the healthy and the sick. The lack of sanitation facilities within or immediately adjacent to churches meant the air inside often contained the smells of unwashed bodies, soiled clothing, and perhaps even the less pleasant sense of bodily functions, particularly during long services. One could argue that the pervasiveness of these less appealing odors served as a reminder of humanity's physical fragility and the need for spiritual grace. The contrast between the sweet, artificial scents of the incense and candles and the earthy smells of the congregation might have underscored the dichotomy between the earthly realm and the divine. The church, in this sense, was a microcosm of medieval society, a space where the sacred and the profane, the refined and the earthy, coexisted in a sometimes pungent mix. Consider the practical difficulties faced by church officials in maintaining a clean and pleasant environment. The sheer size of many cathedrals, combined with limited cleaning resources, presented significant challenges. Maintaining adequate ventilation was another struggle. The thick stone walls offered little natural air circulation, contributing to the overall intensity of the church's aroma. And let's not forget the issue of pest control. Rats and other vermin were common inhabitants of medieval buildings, their presence adding an additional and highly undesirable element to the already complex olfactory mix within the church. The interpretation of smells within the religious context varied. Certain smells were considered auspicious. Others were viewed as ominous. The sweet fragrance of incense and beeswax could signify divine favor, while unpleasant odors might be interpreted as signs of spiritual impurity or divine displeasure. This created a dynamic where the sense of smell played a significant role in shaping spiritual experiences and understanding religious events. A sudden, unexpected, unpleasant smell during a religious ceremony could have had very different connotations than a pleasant odor. It might be seen as a sign of a bad omen or a curse upon the faithful. Conversely, a particularly intense and pleasant fragrance may have been received as a blessing or an indication of divine approval. Furthermore, the smells associated with religious rituals themselves contributed to the overall olfactory profile of the medieval church. The preparation and consumption of the Eucharist, for instance, introduced another layer of sense, the subtle aroma of the bread and wine, which varied based on the season and availability of ingredients. On special occasions, additional foods or drinks might be offered, each contributing to the overall olfactory tapestry of the religious event. These sensory experiences were not peripheral. They were an integral part of the worship experience. The whole ceremony became a multi-sensory event, where sound, sight, touch, and especially smell worked together to affect the spirituality of the audience. The liturgical calendar, too, played a role in shaping the olfactory landscape of the medieval church. Different feasts and festivals involved different rituals, and those rituals often involved unique smells. For example, the feasts of saints often included the burning of special types of incense or the use of particular candles. The Advent and Christmas seasons, with their focus on light and the birth of Christ, may have seen a greater abundance of candles and incense, creating a richer and more intense aromatic experience. Lent, on the other hand, with its emphasis on fasting and penance, might have been associated with a more subdued olfactory landscape, reflecting the somber mood of the season. In conclusion, the smells of the medieval church were far from simply a byproduct of the setting or rituals. They were, instead, a complex and layered sensory experience that was deeply entwined with religious beliefs, practices, and social interactions. The incense, candles, and the unavoidable human smells, combined with beliefs about purity and impurity, created a fragrant and at times pungent environment that profoundly shaped the spiritual experiences of the medieval faithful. The church was a space where the senses were fully engaged, where the perception of smell played a significant and often overlooked role in shaping the religious experience of an entire era. It is through considering this olfactory dimension that we can gain a more complete and nuanced understanding of medieval religious life. The pervasive stench of medieval England wasn't solely confined to the human element. It was inextricably interwoven with the presence of a constant, unwelcome cast of characters: pests and vermin. Rats, fleas, and lice, to name but a few, were ubiquitous companions in the medieval world, their presence leaving an indelible and often pungent mark on daily life. Their contribution to the overall olfactory landscape was considerable, and their impact on public health devastating. Imagine, if you will, a typical medieval street. The air, already thick with the smells of human waste, decaying organic matter, and unwashed bodies, is further burdened by the musky odour of rats. These weren't your dainty, sewer-dwelling rodents. These were robust, often oversized creatures, breeding prolifically in the refuse-strewn streets and the dilapidated buildings that lined them. Their droppings and the decomposing food scraps they dragged back to their nests added a distinct, earthy, and deeply unpleasant aroma to the already heady mix. The odour was particularly pronounced near refuse heaps, which were often simply piles of household garbage left to fester in the open air. The resulting stench attracted swarms of flies and other insects, creating a truly revolting olfactory maelstrom. This wasn't just an unpleasant smell. It was a potent symbol of the unsanitary conditions that characterized much of medieval life. But the rats themselves weren't the only offenders. Fleas, living as parasites on both humans and animals, were an equally significant contributor to the olfactory landscape. Their bites, while itchy and irritating, weren't the only issue. Fleas left behind a characteristic musty smell, which, when multiplied by the sheer number of fleas infesting a person, a building, or an entire community, resulted in a pervasive and difficult-to-ignore odor. The problem was particularly acute in densely populated areas, such as towns and cities, and in less affluent homes, where infestations were notoriously difficult to control. The smell of fleas, clinging to clothes and bedding, was a constant reminder of the pervasive nature of parasitism in the medieval world. And then there were the lice. These tiny creatures, clinging to hair and clothing, were a constant companion for most people, regardless of their social standing. Their presence wasn't just an aesthetic problem. They carried disease, and their fecal matter contributed to the overall stench of individuals and their dwellings. One can only imagine the cumulative odor of a crowded room, filled with people suffering from lice infestations, further contributing to the malodorous medieval atmosphere. The smell was persistent, difficult to remove, and a clear indication of the lack of personal hygiene and sanitation options available at that time. Beyond the immediate olfactory assault, these pests also carried far more serious implications for public health. Rats were known to carry diseases such as the bubonic plague, a devastating scourge that periodically ravaged medieval populations. The fleas that lived on rats were the primary vectors of the disease, meaning that even people who had not been directly in contact with rats were still at risk. This meant that the smell of rats, fleas, and lice wasn't simply an unpleasant sensory experience. It was a tangible marker of potential danger. An intense, persistent, musty smell within a dwelling, for example, could be an indication of a potential flea infestation, and the plague could be near. This understanding of the link between smell and disease, while not sophisticated by modern standards, played a role in the attempts to control pests and the associated odors. The prevailing medical theory of the time, the humoral theory, emphasized the importance of balance in the body. Disease was often attributed to an imbalance of the four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, and odors were often thought to be symptomatic of or influential in these imbalances. While the humoral theory was largely incorrect, the association of unpleasant smells with disease prompted a number of measures to combat pest infestations, often involving strong-smelling substances that served both as pest repellents and, it was hoped, as methods for purifying the air. Strong-smelling herbs and spices were commonly used to deter pests. Lavender, rosemary, and mint, among others, were believed to have pest-repelling properties. These herbs were often placed near food stores or in bedding to discourage pests from approaching. The strong scents of these plants contributed to the complex olfactory profile of the medieval home, adding a layer of fragrant counterpoint to the pervasive smells of decaying matter and vermin. It's important to note that the effectiveness of these herbs as pest control agents varied widely, but they nevertheless served a psychological purpose, offering residents a feeling of some control over their environment in the face of ever-present pests. Vinegar, too, was frequently employed for its purported cleaning and disinfectant properties. Its sour scent, while perhaps not universally pleasant, was considered beneficial in counteracting unpleasant smells and reducing the risk of disease. It was used to clean floors and surfaces, and its smell may have served to at least partially mask the more offensive aromas of vermin and decay. Despite these efforts, however, the battle against pests was far from won. The sheer abundance of vermin, combined with the limited effectiveness of pest control methods, meant that the smells of rats, fleas, and lice remained a persistent element of medieval life. The battle against smell was, in many ways, a losing one. The intensity and pervasiveness of these odors was a constant reminder of the harsh realities of living in medieval England, a stark contrast to the often romanticized portrayals of the era. Beyond domestic settings, the challenge of pest control also extended to public spaces. Towns and cities, with their densely packed populations and inadequate sanitation systems, presented particularly difficult challenges. The accumulation of refuse and the prevalence of rats and other vermin were factors that impacted not just the daily lives of individuals, but also the health of the entire community. The overall smell of such places must have been almost unbearable to the modern nose. The combination of human waste, decaying matter, and the overwhelming smell of vermin created an environment hostile to human health and well-being. The lack of effective pest control measures also played a significant role in the spread of infectious diseases. The bubonic plague, as mentioned, is a prime example. The close proximity of people and animals, coupled with poor sanitation, created an ideal breeding ground for disease vectors such as rats and fleas. The consequences were devastating, leading to widespread epidemics that decimated entire populations. The smells associated with these outbreaks, the stench of rotting bodies, combined with the ever-present aromas of vermin and decay, were further factors contributing to the overall terror and despair associated with the epidemics. The smells of pests and vermin in medieval England were more than just a sensory experience. They were a tangible reflection of the unsanitary conditions that characterized much of the period, a testament to the challenges posed by disease, and a lasting legacy of a world grappling with the consequences of its own living conditions. Their contribution to the overall olfactory landscape of medieval England was profound, their presence deeply influencing the lives, health, and even the spiritual experiences of the people of that time. The smells of this era were a story in themselves, a pungent and often unsettling testament to the harsh realities of daily life. The lingering scent of the Middle Ages, however, extends far beyond the immediate sensory assault of a medieval street or castle. Its impact reverberates through the centuries, subtly shaping our modern understanding of hygiene, sanitation, and even our own personal olfactory comfort zones. To understand this legacy, we must delve into the historical context of medieval attitudes towards smell, a perspective far removed from our contemporary sensitivities. Medieval perceptions of smell were profoundly different from our own. The modern emphasis on cleanliness and the elimination of odor was largely absent. While certain smells were certainly considered unpleasant, the overall relationship with scent was far more complex and nuanced. The concept of body odor, as we understand it today, simply didn't exist in the same way. Daily bathing was not a common practice for most people, and the use of perfumes and scented products was often associated with luxury and social status rather than hygiene. The prevailing medical theories of the time, particularly the humoral theory, significantly influenced the understanding and management of smells. As we've seen, this theory posited that health depended on the balance of four humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, and that imbalances could manifest through various physical symptoms, including, importantly, odours. Unpleasant smells were often seen as indicative of a diseased or disordered body, and strong-smelling substances were used in an attempt to restore balance and counteract undesirable scents. This belief system influenced the use of potent herbs, spices, and other fragrant ingredients in everyday life, not necessarily for their cleansing properties, but for their ability to mask or counteract what were considered unhealthy or even spiritually impure odors. Consider, for example, the use of strong-smelling perfumes and potpourris. These weren't simply used to make people smell pleasant. They were employed to mask the ever-present stench of decaying matter, unwashed bodies, and animal waste. The lavish use of perfumes and spices in medieval society, therefore, can be seen as a practical strategy to cope with the sensory challenges of the era, rather than simply a matter of aesthetics or vanity. The opulent use of incense in churches and other religious spaces similarly served a functional purpose: to counteract unpleasant odors and create an atmosphere conducive to spiritual reflection, not just for aesthetic pleasure. This practical approach to smell has left an undeniable mark on the development of modern hygiene practices. While our methods and understanding of disease have evolved dramatically, the core principle of controlling and mitigating unpleasant smells remains a crucial element in sanitation efforts. Our modern obsession with cleanliness, our development of sophisticated sanitation systems, and the widespread use of deodorants and disinfectants all have roots in the medieval preoccupation with managing the olfactory environment. While we may not share their understanding of the humoral theory, the desire to create a less pungent and potentially healthier living environment is a clear continuation of medieval concerns. The legacy of medieval smells is also apparent in our contemporary use of fragrances and perfumes. The widespread use of scents to mask body odors is a direct reflection of the medieval practice of using perfumes and spices to counteract unpleasant smells. Even though our scientific understanding of hygiene has evolved significantly, the psychological desire to control our olfactory environment persists. However, it's important to acknowledge that the modern obsession with eliminating all traces of odor also represents a departure from the medieval acceptance of a wider range of scents. The medieval world, while certainly not pleasant by modern standards, embraced a more varied olfactory experience. The smells of the environment, herbs, spices, wood smoke, animals, were all part of the daily sensory landscape. While unpleasant smells were avoided when possible, there wasn't the same degree of aversion to natural or even slightly unpleasant odors that characterizes much of modern society. The transition from the medieval acceptance of a more complex olfactory environment to the modern emphasis on odorless cleanliness reflects broader changes in society and our relationship with the environment. Industrialization, urbanization, and advancements in sanitation technology have dramatically altered the sensory landscape of the world. Our modern standards of cleanliness are, in some ways, a rejection of the pervasive smells of the medieval world, a desire for a more controlled and sanitized environment. Nevertheless, the historical impact of the medieval olfactory experience is undeniable. Our modern notions of hygiene, sanitation, and even our psychological comfort zones are shaped by centuries of grappling with the challenges posed by pungent environments. The seemingly simple act of using deodorant or disinfectant, for instance, carries within it the echo of medieval attempts to manage the pervasiveness of unsavory smells. Our contemporary aversion to body odor, the importance we place on clean air and water, and the elaborate systems we have built to manage waste. These are all, in some profound way, a consequence of the enduring legacy of medieval smells. The legacy of medieval smells extends even to our aesthetic sensibilities. The appreciation of certain fragrances, such as lavender or rosemary, owes its presence in modern perfumery and aromatherapy to their medieval usage in pest control and for their purported medicinal properties. This legacy is testament to a cultural memory connecting these scents with a sense of order and cleanliness, even if the efficacy of such techniques differed drastically between then and now. Further evidence of the enduring legacy of the medieval experience with smells can be observed in the language we still use. Words and expressions that describe odors often have etymological roots in the medieval period. This linguistic heritage reflects the centrality of smell in medieval daily life. Our language, like our hygiene practices, continues to bear the imprint of a past where odor played a pivotal and often unpleasant role in the shaping of everyday experiences. But the legacy isn't solely one of practical hygiene practices. It's also a testament to the human capacity for adaptation and resilience. People in the Middle Ages lived and thrived despite the almost overwhelming sensory challenges presented by their environment. Their strategies for managing smells, even if often ineffective by modern standards, highlight the inventiveness and determination of individuals coping with the limitations of their time. Their experience serves as a reminder that our own standards of cleanliness are historically contingent, and that our relationship with smell is constantly evolving, influenced by both scientific advancements and evolving cultural values. In conclusion, the legacy of medieval smells is complex and multifaceted. It's a story woven into the fabric of our modern lives, influencing our hygienic practices, our language, and even our aesthetic preferences. It's a reminder that our relationship with smell is not static but constantly shaped by history, culture, and technological advancements. By understanding the past, we gain a clearer perspective on the present, appreciating the progress we have made while recognizing the enduring influence of centuries-old experiences. The pungent memory of the Middle Ages continues to shape our world in ways we might not readily recognize, a testament to the enduring power of sensory history. The fight against unpleasant odors, a seemingly simple concern, reveals layers of social, cultural, and medical history, a fragrant testament to human ingenuity, resilience, and the enduring legacy of the past. The lingering aroma of the past, however, extends beyond the physical realities of medieval life. It finds a curious echo in the artistic expressions of the time, a testament to how deeply smell was woven into the fabric of medieval existence. While we might not have the ability to directly smell the past, the medieval imagination, as captured in literature and art, offers a fascinating olfactory window into their world. Surprisingly, the stench of the streets wasn't always a mere backdrop. It played a surprisingly significant role in shaping artistic expression, adding layers of meaning and enhancing the emotional impact of both literary and visual creations. Consider the evocative descriptions of feasts in medieval romances and chronicles. The abundance of rich food, often accompanied by copious amounts of wine, wasn't merely a display of wealth. It was rendered sensuously, emphasizing the potent aromas of roasting meats, spiced wines, and exotic herbs. These weren't simply listed as ingredients. They were meticulously described, activating the reader's imagination and drawing them into the sensory world of the narrative. The aroma of roasting boar, the sharp tang of vinegar, the lingering sweetness of honeyed mead. These details weren't just embellishments. They were integral to establishing the atmosphere and mood of the scene, often foreshadowing the events that would unfold. Similarly, the descriptions of battlefields in medieval literature were far from sanitized accounts of heroic deeds. The stench of blood, sweat, and decay was frequently invoked, adding a layer of visceral horror to the narratives. The nauseating smell of death wasn't merely a detail. It served to highlight the brutality and savagery of conflict, underscoring the reality of war beyond the romanticized portrayals of chivalric heroism. Authors often employed strong olfactory imagery to amplify the impact of violence, creating a lingering sense of unease and disgust in the reader's mind, a testament to the grim reality of medieval warfare. Moving beyond purely descriptive accounts, the use of smell in medieval literature often carried symbolic weight. Certain scents were associated with specific virtues or vices. The sweet fragrance of roses, for example, was often linked with purity and piety, while the pungent odor of decay symbolized corruption and moral depravity. The careful selection of olfactory imagery served to guide the reader's interpretation of characters and events, creating a rich tapestry of symbolism and meaning. This wasn't a simple case of adding sensory details. It was a deliberate artistic choice, enhancing the narrative's depth and complexity. The impact of smell wasn't limited to literature alone. Medieval art also reflected the prevailing olfactory sensibilities of the time. Consider the illuminated manuscripts, rich in vivid depictions of everyday life. While the paintings themselves cannot convey literal sense, the scenes depicted often hint at the prevalent aromas. A bustling marketplace, for instance, might be richly detailed, hinting at the combined odors of fresh bread, decaying fish, and unwashed bodies. The artist, even without explicitly mentioning the smells, subtly evoked the sensory environment, inviting the viewer to actively imagine the olfactory experience. This implicit communication of scent was a powerful tool, adding layers of realism and immersion to the artistic representation. The symbolic use of smell in visual arts also merits attention. In religious iconography, incense often played a significant role, both literally and figuratively. The burning of incense in churches was a common practice, and its depiction in artwork served not only as a realistic detail, but also as a symbol of devotion and spiritual purity. The fragrant smoke, rising towards the heavens, represented the prayers and aspirations of the faithful, creating a powerful visual metaphor for spiritual transcendence. This symbolism extended beyond the religious realm. The use of specific flowers or herbs in paintings could also carry symbolic meanings, reflecting their associated scents and their cultural significance within the medieval imagination. The challenge of representing smell in art led to creative solutions. Artists could not directly reproduce odors. However, they cleverly conveyed olfactory sensations through visual cues. For instance, a detailed depiction of a decaying corpse might evoke the stench of death, even without explicitly mentioning it. Similarly, the depiction of a lavish feast, overflowing with succulent foods and rich wines, implicitly suggests the tantalizing aromas that would have filled the air. The artist's skill lay in the power of suggestion, using visual elements to evoke olfactory sensations in the viewer's mind. This subtle interplay between sight and smell underscores the artistic ingenuity of the medieval period. Furthermore, the use of symbolic colors often mirrored the symbolic use of scents. Certain colors, particularly in religious art, were associated with specific scents or emotions. White, for instance, might represent the purity and innocence often linked to the scent of lilies. The use of such color symbolism enhanced the overall effect, layering multiple sensory experiences to create a holistic artistic experience. This technique served to amplify the overall meaning and impact of the artwork, creating a more immersive and multi-sensory engagement with the piece. The representations of smell in medieval art and literature were not simply attempts at realistic depiction. They were sophisticated strategies for enhancing narrative, creating atmosphere, and conveying deeper meanings. The choice of olfactory imagery, whether explicit or implicit, was a conscious artistic decision, reflecting the prevailing cultural understanding of smell and its significance in everyday life. By analyzing these representations, we gain a deeper understanding of the medieval mindset, exploring the ways in which smell shaped their perceptions of the world and their artistic expressions. The richness and complexity of this olfactory imagination reveal the depth and subtlety of medieval artistic sensibilities, providing a fascinating insight into the sensory world of the Middle Ages. In exploring the medieval imagination of smell, we uncover not merely a record of unpleasant odors, but also a reflection of cultural values, religious beliefs, and artistic techniques. The smells, real or imagined, served as powerful tools in storytelling, enhancing emotional impact and creating a sense of immersion in the narrative or artwork. The meticulous descriptions of feasts, battlefields, or religious ceremonies, often filled with potent olfactory imagery, illustrate the significance that smell held in the medieval consciousness. This sensory richness extends to the symbolic representations of scents in art, where colors and imagery often carry deeper olfactory meanings, enriching the overall artistic experience. The enduring legacy of the medieval olfactory experience extends beyond the physical reality of their world. The artful use of scent in literature and art serves as a window into their consciousness, reflecting their perceptions of beauty, horror, devotion, and corruption. The ways in which smells were woven into artistic creations highlight their significance not just as sensory details, but also as powerful symbols, shaping the narratives and engaging the viewers on a deeper emotional level. By studying the historical record, we gain insight into the subtle nuances of medieval society, appreciating the profound impact of the smells, real and imagined, on shaping their cultural and artistic landscape. The analysis of medieval representations of smell illuminates not only the sensory world of the time, but also reveals broader cultural and social contexts. The association of certain scents with religious practices, for example, underlines the importance of ritual and spirituality in their lives. Similarly, the use of olfactory imagery in literature to depict social hierarchies and power dynamics showcases the role that smell played in shaping social perceptions. The olfactory landscape, in essence, serves as a powerful lens through which to examine the complexities of medieval society. Finally, considering the medieval engagement with smell offers a unique opportunity to reflect on our own relationship with scent. Our modern obsession with odorless cleanliness is a relatively recent phenomenon, and the medieval experience reminds us of the diverse and often more complex relationship humans have historically had with smell. By understanding the past, we gain a clearer perspective on our own perceptions and assumptions about scent, challenging our modern notions of hygiene and cleanliness. The study of medieval smells is, therefore, not just a historical exercise. It is a journey of self-discovery, leading us to re-evaluate our own relationship with the sensory world around us. The lingering scents of the Middle Ages, though distant in time, continue to resonate, offering valuable lessons about the human experience and the enduring power of the senses.